Once, there was a glorious kingdom established among the heavens. From that kingdom came a crowned heir, tasked with seeking out the Genesis Pearl from the kingdom of darkness. The first crowned heir began her journey of seeking the pearl. But she was deceived, and the memory of her noble origins faded. She now believed that she was the queen of the kingdom of darkness. But take heart. A second crowned heir had already taken up the path where the first had stumbled. This is the story of your journey, of your tale to be told.
Wherever in this world I roam. I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last link I have. The land of my birth.
breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now!
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Time to go.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now! Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries.
Ah, so you do...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another We should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Wait, did I hear that right?
Monsieur Neurvalette, are you sure you'd like to take over the case yourself?
That's right.
No, but why? Technically speaking, cases like this are better left to the guards.
Neverlet! Sidine! Hey there! What are you two talking about?
Traveler in Paimon, please help me talk our Chief Justice out of this. He wants to investigate a case on his own. Now, this is completely unprecedented. How can we have the Udex acting like a private detective?
I trust that you'd be able to work that out with how well connected you are, but I must apologize. I do not plan on relying on anyone else's help for this matter.
So, what is it exactly? It sure sounds serious if it's something you've got to investigate personally.
A Melusine named Kiara received a threat letter.
And then?
That is all the information I have acquired at this stage.
Huh?
I have no idea why you're so hung up over this. I've checked the schedule in advance, and it seems like there aren't any trials today. So, if you insist, I have no objections.
Thank you for understanding. I will leave a note explaining my absence on my desk. I would appreciate it if you could take it to Lady Farina. She may have no interest in official affairs, but standard procedure dictates that I'm still responsible for reporting to her.
Yes, understood. I'll come back later and deliver the note to her.
Judging from Sidine's reaction, it must be pretty rare for you to investigate stuff personally. What's so special about this case?
I cannot tell you just yet, but it reminded me of certain past events. There could be complicated conflicts of interest behind all this, so I must eliminate all risks in advance.
Come on, stop being so secretive! We still have no idea what's going on!
It is not my intention to keep you in the dark, but I need some time to revisit those memories and collect my thoughts. Long story short, a little more than 400 years ago, I became the Udex of Fontaine and initiated a series of institutional reforms. There were few people I could trust, but I had two subordinates who were exceptionally trustworthy and capable. Carol, a Melusine, and Vautrin, leader of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
They must have been amazing people to receive such high praise from you!
Indeed. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to protect them. The reforms damaged the interests of some, and the more conservative faction took advantage of Carol's identity to instigate political unrest. Ultimately, they wanted me to yield more of my power. The incident resulted in Carol taking her own life, and Vautrin being exiled. From then on, I've been especially careful when dealing with cases related to Melusines. All Melusines used to live a secluded life away from human society. I granted their wishes when some of them, including Carol, asked me to bring them to the court of Fontaine. Many common folk believe that I share a special bond with the Melusines, and whatever they do can be traced back to me. Some of them, especially those who hold a grudge against me, exploit that belief and stir up conflict over Melusines in an attempt to lay the blame on me. I have nothing against the opinions of others, but the moment a whirlpool of conspiracy forms, it inevitably affects the innocent. It has already happened once, and I want to make sure it does not happen again.
Even so, why do you have to be the one investigating? There's the guards, the Marechaussee Phantom, and the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. Aren't they more than enough to figure out what's going on?
Based on prior experience, there is a high chance that those who hold hostility towards me do not belong to the same department. The political system of Fontaine is relatively complex and involves the interests of multiple different factions. However, since I am technically an outsider in Fontaine, a lot of trouble could be avoided if I personally took on the case.
Outsider? But aren't you the Chief Justice of Fontaine? Why would you be an outsider?
I understand where you are coming from, but there is not necessarily a connection between my responsibilities and how I perceive myself. You know very well about my true identity, and have even met others of my kind in other nations. Even though I was born with a human form, there is a fundamental difference between dragons and humans. Taking on the role of Chief Justice does not make me a part of this community. In fact, the status I was granted has prevented me from forming deeper bonds with others. I have lived in Fontaine for a long time, but I do not belong here. That is why I call myself an outsider.
Yeah, we have nothing to do with all those organizations anyway. So how about we come with you on your investigation? Let's team up and round up all the bad guys lurking in the dark.
That does not sound like a bad idea. I rarely investigate cases on my own, but with professionals like you around, I'm sure it will go a lot smoother.
Oh, Paimon's starting to get a little embarrassed. Just leave it to us.
I will write my note of absence right away. Let us depart together once I'm done. Let us go. We should visit Kiara first and try to gain a better understanding of the situation.
So Neuvillette feels like he doesn't truly belong here in Fontaine, but is that really true? Paimon feels like he has a kinda skewed perspective on a lot of things. Anyway, let's catch up with him first. Paimon's been thinking. You called yourself a fish out of water, right? But since you're the Hydro Dragon, would a dragon out of water suit you better?
Thank you for your suggestion. I will consider using the more accurate term in private occasions. Please allow me to rephrase. As a dragon out of water.
Ugh. That sounds kind of weird. Let's stick with the previous version instead.
I never thought I'd see him here.
The weather's amazing today.
Kiara.
Monsieur Neuvillette! And you are? Oh, I remember. You're the Traveler and Paimon. I've heard about you. Aw, she's adorable! Hey there, it's nice to meet you. Thanks for the compliment. Is there anything I can do for you?
I heard from Sidine that you received a threatening letter.
A threatening letter? Oh, right! I remember now. The letter fell through the crack in my door as I was heading out this morning. It said something about catching me, so I thought someone wanted to play hide and seek. But Sidine told me it was a threatening letter, and that I could be in danger. But that's not gonna happen with everyone looking after me, right?
Have you run into any suspicious-looking people recently?
Suspicious-looking people? What counts as suspicious? Ah! Did you think of something? Nope. I don't remember meeting anyone like that.
Do you still have the letter with you? I want you to show me what it says.
Oh, let's see. Found it!
Now then, Get lost. If you don't leave the Maréchaussée Phantom, I will come and catch you in person. Don't say I didn't warn you. A simple threat. Neither the handwriting nor the content itself reveals anything about the writer's intentions. We can't rule out that possibility. Since you can't think of anyone suspicious, I will be heading back to the Palais Mermonia to review some official documents. Kiara, you should come with us. It's safer if you stay close by.
Sure! Wait, no. I still have a case to work on. I promised Alof that I'd check on her place later.
But you are being watched right now. Going off on your own could be dangerous.
And that's where we come in to help. We'll stay with Kiara and make sure she's safe. With us around, anyone scheming to hurt Kiara can forget about it!
Thank you, Traveler. Big Sis Paimon.
Don't worry, your Big Sis Paimon is super strong!
All right, let us go our separate ways for now. Please take care of Kiara.
We'll take her to a lost place right away! See you around! So, Kiara, how old are you?
Let me think. 1, 2, 10? I can't remember. But I remember coming to the Court of Fontaine with Carol and Neuvillette. That must have been a long time ago.
Carol? Didn't Neuvillette mention her just now? That was more than 400 years ago! Why would Paimon be a big sister to you?
My memory isn't that good. But Carol told me I could address others based on how I feel about them. Paimon feels a lot more grown up than me, so you're a big sis.
Paimon sees. Hey, Traveler, did you hear that? Strange. Paimon felt like someone was following us.
Olaf!
Kiara, you're here. Huh? Wait, aren't these two?
Oh, they're the Traveler and Big Sis Paimon.
I thought so. What brings you here? All right, guess I shouldn't have asked.
May I begin inspecting the store as planned?
Of course. Go ahead.
No hazards detected. You've cleared the inspection. Seems like the criminal from that case last month never set foot in here at all.
That was quick. What were you inspecting?
I took a look around the shop. Neuvillette says that us Melazines have special eyes that can see things people can't. Things like bloodstains. No matter how hard you try to clean them up, we Melazines can see their residual stains for some time. Pretty cool, huh?
All right. Now that you're done inspecting, can we have a chat? Hear me out. I'm planning to release an outfit for children next month and wanted to hire you as my model. Is that okay with you?
Of course! Is there anything I need to do?
Please wait a moment while I take your measurements. The sample should be a perfect fit.
Seems like they get along really well. Huh? What are you looking at? Is there really someone watching us? Shh! Let's sneak over and take a look.
Strange. Why isn't he back yet?
Gotcha! Charlotte, what are you doing here? Oh, wait, don't tell Paimon you're the one who sent Kiara that threatening letter. But you don't seem like the type to...
threat letter? What threat letter? This is starting to feel like an interrogation. Okay, I'll be straight with you. I don't know the slightest thing about that threat letter you mentioned. I only wanted to follow Monsieur Nouvelette and request an interview with him.
You want to interview him?
That's right. I'm not the only one, you know. Interviewing him is every journalist's dream. But it's not an easy task to accomplish. The Palais Mermonia rarely accepts appointment requests from us, and we never have the chance to interrupt when the court's in session. So imagine how surprised I was seeing him out on the streets today. It seemed like you were investigating something too. The perfect opportunity to whip up an exclusive, don't you think? Of course, I'll make sure to turn in my manuscript to him for review. I have my principles, and I'd never publish an article without the consent of all parties involved.
Yeah, we're doing a secret investigation that can't be made public knowledge.
I see. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll put this matter aside for now. What a shame. Chances like this don't come by very often, you know. In exchange, could you tell me what the threat letter is about? I swear I won't tell.
All right then.
What? Someone's targeting a cute little Melazine?
Shh, not so loud.
It just so happens that I did an interview with Kiara. Last month, in fact. It was well received by our readers, so I was planning to continue the series. And now someone's coming after her? I'll ask my colleagues about it. Who knows? We might find something. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This secret's safe with me. But I gotta warn you, even if I keep my lips sealed, others will know eventually.
Why?
People care a great deal about Monsieur Nouvelette's each and every move. Some may have already realized that something was up. Besides, the case involves Melazines, so... Anyway, I'll get going now. Watch yourselves, all right?
Well, that was a nice chat.
What do you think? The design looks pretty good, huh?
I think it's great.
Huh. It's very pretty indeed.
Haran, what are you doing here? It seems that you just showed up out of nowhere.
As I passed by the Palais Mermonia, I heard that Nouvelette was investigating a case with you. Technically speaking, he and I are under an employer-employee relationship. It didn't feel right to have my employer personally take on such trivial cases. I happened to have some time at the moment and came to take a look. I sometimes have my clothes custom-made at this boutique, in any case, so we always have a lot to talk about.
Ah, Nouvelette sure is lucky to have someone like you.
Leave this to me. You should go meet up with Nouvelette.
Okay then, we'll leave Kiara in your hands.
Oh, you're back. Is everything all right?
We ran into Cloran. She offered to help us protect Kiara.
That is good to hear. I trust her abilities. It looks like Kiara is in good hands.
We thought so too. Well, did you find any leads?
I've been looking over the case records, specifically inspection reports submitted by Kiara and major cases I've judged over the past decade. I've come up with two plans. On one hand, I could start with Kiara and track down the group behind all this step by step. On the other, I could also analyze the conflicting interests of these major cases and confirm my suspicions if there is indeed a mysterious group that bears a grudge against me.
They both sound like pretty solid plans, but can you really finish browsing through all these documents? That's a lot of reading even for Paimon.
Don't worry. I'm a fast reader when it comes to official documents. After all, I have several hundred years of reviewing under my belt.
We'll help you read through them. We have nothing else to do.
Thank you. I will continue looking through the ones piled up on the desk, but feel free to browse through anything else in this room. Have you made any progress?
We skipped through some of them, but there wasn't anything useful. Oh, there's so many documents.
I would love to answer that question, but the truth is, if memory serves me right, there should be at least one...
Whoa.
That might be how it seems from another's perspective, but trials and there are many documents here.
You read Paimon.
All right, let us take a break.
Even though all the silence is making Paimon...
Please pardon my lack of consideration. People rarely come to the Palais Mermonia for matters outside of work. Would you like to have some drinks?
Ooh, drinks! Thank you! Paimon wonders what Novelette likes to drink. He seems like the type of person who'd own an entire winery. What's inside these glasses? It looks just like water.
An astute observation. It is indeed water.
So it's just plain old...
What did you think it was?
Since you're the Chief Justice and all, Paimon thought you'd prefer something more... sophisticated.
This water is indeed very special. It would not be an overstatement to call it sophisticated.
Huh?
I believe you've already tried Fonta. In fact, there are many other drink factories in Fontaine, including those that specialize in packaging pure drinking water. Said water is sourced from all across Tevat, including Mondstadt's Cider Lake, Liyue's Chintsa village, and Inazuma's Konda village. Here is one of their latest products, water from Sumeru's Apam Woods. If I were to comment on their mouthfeel, distinct differences exist between the waters of each area.
Really? Let Paimon try!
What do you think?
Nope.
How regrettable. It seems like you...
Hey, this doesn't have to do with refining our taste. Paimon's pretty sure... Oh, could it be because you're the Hydro Dragon? We are allowed to bring that up, right? Oh, Paimon's been wanting to ask this for ages. If you're the Hydro... Sorry. Paimon was just curious.
There's nothing to hide. I was simply organizing. I accepted this position because I wanted to...
Questions? Are there really...
Many, in fact. But the one question that puzzles me the most concerns my own existence. In essence, I neither know why I was born in this form, nor do I understand where my long life should take me. I lost many memories from the moment I was born. The primordial sea, for example. I can only vaguely recall its connection to me, but I am unaware of what that connection is exactly. Perhaps the elemental dragons of other nations may have some form of an answer. However, they are scattered across all of Tevat. Abruptly visiting could very well pose an unpredictable risk.
True. Some of them have very... unique personalities, too.
I have been holding on to these unanswered questions for a long time. But there is one thing I've discovered along the way. My emotions easily resonate with those of others. Even I don't have the slightest idea what they mean. My guess would be that there are at least some similarities between humans and myself.
Have you made any progress then?
Perhaps, but I find such progress difficult to describe. That's why I'm quite thankful for this chat. Such opportunities are rare.
Are we gonna continue reading these documents?
I wasn't able to find any leads even after browsing through most of the documents.
Water? Do you mean...
That's right. The Fountain of Lucine is where all of Fontaine's waters converge. It is the If there really were an organization attempting to use Melusines against me, perhaps we'll be able to find some new leads by sensing the hydro element within the fountain.
Huh. Why didn't
Perhaps we should go. There shouldn't be too many people near the fountain.
Monsieur Neuvillette?
I probably shouldn't disturb them.
Looks like we got lucky today. There's hardly anyone around.
What should we do next? Oh, Traveler, can you still hear the voices from the fountain?
Perhaps leave the investigation to me. I need you to take a few steps back and keep a safe distance.
A safe distance? Neuvillette, Whoa, it's glowing! Thank you for bringing us here, Monsieur Neuvillette. The Court of Fontaine is truly incredible.
I understand your excitement, but there's no need to... Although I have responded to your wishes, it was not without personal interest. Melusine's special sight make them
I know, but not only can I repay you for your kindness,
but a meaningful life also comes with its...
It's definitely the safest to just stay in the village. In truth, I've never really understood the purpose for almost 20 years. We've stayed in our village without finding any...
I understand your confusion. I too came here for an answer to my question.
Really? Could you tell us? The truth is, many people threw rocks at us today and told us to...
Logically speaking, Both time and effort are essential when different species attempt to peacefully different identities and ways of thinking all contribute to strengthening the There aren't many suggestions I can share, because just like you, I haven't fully integrated into this society. Despite my social status, I am still an outsider.
Oh, I see. Let's all do our best then. I'm confident that we'll find...
I believe in you, but you shouldn't lose sight of the difficulties ahead. If you run into any...
Huh? Is he the...
Yes?
That stone-faced human. He didn't even...
He is an earnest man.
Hello. Can I...
Thanks, but no need.
Oh. Hello. I'm Carol.
Get away from here! I'm calling...
Please, calm down.
Hard to say.
Yeah, we should probably stay away from these monsters.
Why should we trust this species from who knows where anyway?
Exactly. That so-called Chief Justice even granted them official position.
Go away! Quit
I'm not leaving. I won't let you... We joined the Mare Chaussee Phantom...
solving case, so tell me.
Didn't I tell you before? Don't go advertising if you're not a good talker.
Vautrin?
Aside from spreading unjustified rumors, if you continue insulting members of the Mare Chaussee Phantom, the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol has There have indeed been an increase in cases recently. Perhaps due to the shifting currents of
Even the captain of the security patrol is on their side. Nerville...
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
You heard that?
Yeah, I don't understand.
There have been rumors saying that you were born from... There are countless negative rumors about you floating around in Fontaine.
Monsieur Neuvillette, I still want to try a little... Okay, I won't...
Give them to me.
You're...
We'll hand them out together.
Monsieur Neuvillette?
Medals of Peace. Thank you for your continued dedication in the past 5...
I think I'll pass.
Hey, don't say that. It won't be long before Melazines begin...
Don't keep your hopes up. We've barely scratched the...
You block...
Vautrin brings up a good point. Please be on your...
Yes, sir.
Okay, got...
Medal of Peace? Peace isn't going to give us back what's rightfully ours.
Are you sure we should do this? We're no match for Neuvillette, even with all our power.
Nah, not gonna happen. As long as he remains in his position, there's no chance he'd take... There are rules even he must comply with in the political sphere. So quit worrying and just go ahead with it.
I guess you're right. Ugh. If he just left things the way they were, it never would have...
Turn the murderer in!
Melazines can't be trusted! That goes for Neuvillette, too!
Peaceful coexistence? What a joke! Get out of the court of Fontaine and don't ever come back!
The results of the investigation are...
Go on.
There is no direct evidence, but reasonable inference indicates that they tricked Miss Carroll into going to the crime scene and pressed charges against her. The guards were stopped by the enraged mob and couldn't intervene in time.
And she called me a blockhead. A little investigation would have cleared things up. Why didn't she wait until we'd established the truth?
The situation had rapidly escalated to a physical altercation.
That is...
Captain Vautrin, should I present these results to Monsieur Neuvillette?
There's no need. Notify the guards to
restrict access to...
There's something I've never told Carol. I had a little... She's just like Carol in every possible way. Innocent, kind. From the moment I met Carol, I knew that she'd be easy.
Looks like she was unfazed.
Yes. In fact, I should have known. Can you understand how I feel?
I understand, but I'm certain Monsieur Neuvillette wouldn't
That's exactly why we need to keep this a secret. Give me the list of suspects. I will take responsibility for everything.
Did you know? They're hearing a major case today, and apparently, he resorted to personal measures to seek revenge for Carol and settled the score with— I'm thinking we should try bail him out.
Shh, keep it down. Haven't you realized? Both Vautrin and Carol are Neuvillette's most trusted subordinates. And besides, now that the old regime has been uprooted, Neuvillette's status is secure as can be. As long as we redirect public opinion,
Vautrin sought vengeance for his friend for a valid cause. Please, think about it. If the same thing had— Yeah, that's right!
This whole thing started because of those despicable cowards who levied false accusations against Carol.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Mr. Vautrin is innocent! He's innocent!
Order! I acknowledge your arguments. I understand your decision. Personal justice does not equate to justice as defined by the law. To execute your plan for revenge, you abused your authority and therefore—
What?
That can't be! Monsieur Neuvillette, please give—
Vautrin.
Neuvillette, what have I done to deserve this? I've closely followed every one of your orders. Can't you— Is this what justice means?
Order. Since there have been no further objections, according to the judgment of the Oratrice Mechan—
Goodbye, Monsieur.
This all happened because of Carol's naive ideas.
How can different species peacefully coexist?
What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?
Apologies, it seems like I tried my best to suppress the power of Hydro within myself, but due to my negligence, the overflow of
Wow. Anyways, the last time we came here, the Traveler only—
It is as you said. It is not only the fountain. I can sense emotions from all waters in Fontaine. Rivers, lakes.
That sounds—
But I rarely ever do anything like this. Emotions carried by water are always chaotic and disconnected. As an outsider, having my mind— Which ones? It's fine. I prefer not to— It was a coincidence, but perhaps it is a good— You should now understand why I believe there to be a conspiracy behind all this. These two cases are much too similar.
Don't leave Paimon out of the conversation. Paimon wants—
Then let us get back to the point. While I was investigating the fountain, I did not sense too much hatred towards me. I don't know what caused this to happen, but, however, I did find some resentment directed towards Kiara.
Oh! Didn't we read—
You've read about it. In that—
Huh? What are you doing here? I was just about to look for you at the Palais Mermonia.
Navia! Nice to see—
I've heard some things. But rumors are abroad that someone's scheming against— So I told the Spina di Rosula to keep an eye out for leads. We've had unfamiliar faces showing themselves at the Fleuve Cendre lately. Maybe you'll find the suspects among them.
Thank you. Where did you hear about it?
The Chief Justice out on investigation, accompanied by the Traveler from who talked to Kiara, but didn't ask her to keep things secret. People curious to know
So that's what Charlotte...
Indeed. I did not expect that this could be kept hidden for too long.
You know, it could be because you attract more attention than you think. Anyway, any progress with...
The suspects who threatened Kiara might have to do with a certain smuggling case. But we are planning to return to the Palais Marmonia to review...
All right, then I'll round up the Spina di Rosul. Wait for my word. Ta-ta!
Neverlet, do you think...
I have already considered that possibility, and I do not think that there will be any. What is more important is how the case is perceived by the public. 400 years ago, they chose to side with the... I hope the same won't happen again.
Strange. What are these people doing out on the streets so late at night? Did something happen? Let's take a look around.
Have you heard? Someone's plotting against a Melazine. This is 100% the truth. Even the
What? That's it!
Our enemies are lurking in the shadows and won't easily...
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Think about how much...
Everyone, please...
It feels like you've been following.
We were informed that.
Nope.
Have you had dinner?
This isn't a good...
Come on.
You shouldn't ever skip meals.
I heard even Nervilette's keeping an eye on the situation. This is the perfect chance to get promoted.
Seriously? Were you planning?
Relax, I was just playing.
That's more like it.
Come and fight me and...
Have you heard? Even the special patrol... Shh!
Looks like there's nothing to worry about.
This is true.
So...
No, I should stay where I am. Let us stick to our plan and return to the Palais. The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the guards and the Maréchaussée Phantom. This is the one. The list of involved suspects should be... found it.
What does it say?
The principal offenders Domenico, Inica, Yuna, and others have been caught. They have been sent to the fortress of Meropide following trial. Those with close connections or mutual interests with the offenders but who did not participate in the case. Among them, surveillance of Essin has ceased on account of his good behavior. All other...
So many names.
Yes, there is something suspicious about Essin to be... It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the smuggling case, and he moves around without much restriction.
Monsieur Nervalette, someone claiming to be from the Spina... He said, and I quote, "We have located the suspect there..."
Huh? How did Navia find them so quick?
I too am perplexed. The cafe...
These are the people who have had recent dealings at the Marechaussee Phantom. They're usually...
Invite them over.
Exactly. Now, I heard there's great
Yeah, it's our pleasure to be...
I've won.
But... Oh, well.
Yes.
You're Essa?
Yes. Yes.
Did you write that threatening letter?
I did, but I was just following orders.
Orders from whom?
Domenico. He was my boss. I couldn't disobey his orders.
Domenico. Where is he now?
The fortress of Meropide.
Well, I'm afraid even the Spina would have trouble looking into that place. Looks like you'll have to make the trip yourselves. This was as much as I could do.
You've done more than enough. I am extremely grateful for your help.
Leave the formalities for later. You should find Domenico first. If he really is the one setting up the conspiracy, it'd be best if he's exposed as soon as possible.
All right, then. Let's head to the fortress right now. Today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at...
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take...
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hand...
Everyone's so busy.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but in the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right. We just...
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish...
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meropide, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see...
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten... Yes? What is it?
Right! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular... The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking...
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate... I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet...
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful. Welcome to the Fortress of Meripede, dear esteemed guests.
We're back! Oh, and a greeting from none other than the
This isn't anything new. I figured you had important matters to discuss when the two of you, not to mention the Chief Justice, showed up. Let's assume we've gone through the pleasantries and... I do remember a thing or two about Domenico. He once attempted...
Who does this guy think he is?
He once attempted to, I said, meaning that it was over before it even started. To be honest, Domenico doesn't seem like much of a conspirator. The fact...
He's got the same concerns we do.
I'm concerned about this incident because something similar That's an easy one. Let me think.
Did I hear someone say Melazine? What happened?
Siegeween! Yeah, and we're at this...
Really?
There's no need to worry.
Well, that's great. But if the criminal's still... Is there...
Head nurse. Do you Writhsley? Okay, I get it. I'll think of it as more of a humble request. I'm here on my own accord. Thanks for the trouble.
Whoa! If Paimon were the Duke...
Well, were I still a criminal, I'd probably ask for a lighter sentence. But I'm sure Monsieur Neuvillette would reject that. But enough jokes. I'll look for Dominique. Make yourselves at home. Our dear head nurse has mentioned you quite a few times.
Please come with me to the infirmary. And watch your step. There's some pretty dark areas, so make sure you don't trip over anything.
Did Neuvillette just walk by?
Now that I think about it, I can leave this place soon. Huh?
Please rest here for a moment. Oh, and would anyone like anything to drink?
Paimon's not that...
Thirst is a warning sign that you're dehydrated, which means you have to drink up even before that. I'll bring you some tea. I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about.
Typical Siegeween. Why aren't you two saying anything?
You noticed them too. The badges they...
Familiar. But if both of you say so, let's go ask them about it.
That's not a bad idea.
Anything you need? Oh, this? Are you interested?
What's that?
We have a very long history, going back as far as 4. We have never had many members throughout our history, nor do we have helping each other is our purpose. At the same time,
Sounds like a pretty neat organization.
all we want is to defend ourselves. None of us have ever committed serious crimes, and we're not as. But people won't give us a hard time.
Interested in joining the... If you'd like to learn more, here's our flyer. Our slogan may have evolved over the centuries, but here, this book is for you.
You two look kind of... It's the symbol of the mutual aid network designed by our first... From what I've heard, it's based on something called a Medal of Peace. I've never seen one of those medals. The first president of our network was an amazing person. Powerful as all of us have a lot...
We should have gathered enough information Invocation. Let's head back and talk to Neuvillette.
Did you manage to gather any intel?
Mm-hmm. The people who wore the badges belong to an organization called the Mutual Aid Network. According to them, the badge's design was inspired by the Medal of Peace. Have you seen any of those before?
I personally crafted 2 of them myself. They were awarded to Carol and Vautrin. Carol's medal was destroyed in a fire. The only one that remained should belong to Vautrin.
Oh! So the network was inspired by...
Monsieur Neuvillette, His Grace has requested your presence in his office. He's found Domenico.
All right. Let us...
Allow me to introduce this fine gentleman, Domenico. Why don't you explain everything to him?
Neuvillette? What do you want?
Calm down. I merely want to... Was it your idea to send that letter to Assin has already confessed, so that...
That idiot!
Let me ask this another way. It was your... Who is
What? You're not trying to...
It's best if you realize the gravity of your situation. I assume your previous attempt to incite unrest at the Fortress of Meropide...
I admit I acted on impulse.
I can do that.
You see, we're all reasonable people here.
I only intended to do some small business at first. After making a few trips, I was suddenly approached by the Maréchaux, but I refused to accept any of that. The ignorant can be rightfully
And then you decided to take revenge on the Melazines? Over that?
My initial target was Neuvillette. Everyone in the Fortress of Meropide was declared guilty by him after all. But for some reason, no one wanted... In the end, I had to redirect my... I recall that Chiara was... But the letter wasn't
Am I to assume that the claims you've made are your own thoughts?
No.
Is it true that all members involved...
Yes. And that...
Sigewinne, please take him back to the detention center. I'll deal with him later. So, Monsieur Neuvillette, you were concerned that there might be a shadowy...
Yes. I experienced a similar incident in the...
And how long ago was...
More than 400...
You might be overthinking this. Time can change a lot of things.
What do you mean?
400 years ago, you and the Melazines you brought to Fontaine were the outliers in society. But in the present day, if someone were to threaten the safety of the Melazines...
That's right! We saw lots of people standing...
Monsieur Neuvillette, the Melazines are a species you introduced to Fontaine. When people refused to place their trust in Melazines, it was because they were still on the fence about you. For almost 500 years, you've conducted every trial with impartiality. You made the right judgment. People no longer have any reservations about you. Right now, your every decision will impact all of Fontaine. In other words, you've...
Paimon gets it now. No wonder no one wanted to join forces with Domenico.
I am undeserving of such high compliments. It isn't anything special or worthy of praise. It is unnecessary to hold me in such high regard. The complexity of human emotions and willpower...
There's no need to be so modest. The current state... You're no longer that outsider you were before. Even if you wish to...
I must say that you... Thank you for clearing my doubts. Now that...
Huh? You're leaving?
And so soon, too? Why not?
Thank you for the offer, but I know... While some are here to redeem themselves, There will inevitably be those who harbor it. The less time I spend here, the better.
In that case, I'll have to insist.
Please.
The first is about the guard who helped Domenico send that letter.
Ah, I know of what you speak. The guard was indeed deployed from the Palais Memornia's staff. However, as I mentioned earlier, I visited today on personal business. Therefore,
Well, that makes things a lot easier. Hey now, don't let Those from up there have a tendency to sympathize with others. However, down here, such thoughts will put you at high risk. I'll have a chat with the guard and remind him to take precaution.
I see no issues with that.
Great! That's one thing out of the way.
The other thing was born from my own sense of curiosity.
Yep. Nevertheless thought they're bad.
I noticed the small gang as well when I first took over the Fortress of Meripede. I've looked into their founder, Vautrin, who once stood trial. According to existing documentation, Vautrin remained disciplined throughout his imprisonment. He had in other words, how he presented himself in—
What? During his trial, I could sense that his feelings were complicated.
Perhaps he had been putting on—
An act?
Neuvillette and Vautrin had a close relationship as superior and subordinate. Vautrin, thus, the more resentment he displayed, the clearer it would be to those present and to those who had been sitting on the fence. Vautrin's— That's all from me. Does anyone—
I don't have anything to say. Well then, let us head back.
Please, take care.
That trial is something I rarely bring up in conversation, but I have always felt deep regret for what happened to both Carol and Vautrin. The words he spoke in court often replay in my mind, as if urging me on to do something.
But Risley said he never resented you, right? Isn't that a good thing?
I believe I now understand what he wanted to tell me. I feel conflicted about those words. How should I describe it? Surprise, relief, fear, and regret. But this blend of emotions has led me to finally understand some things. I would like to hear your thoughts, too. What do you think of me?
Paimon agrees with everything Risley said. As Chief Justice, every single one of your trials, hey!
What I really think every trial you've ever judged has...
That, as I said, I find it difficult to express my emotions because I cannot fully understand myself. But I trust your judgment. Since some time ago, these changes were not due to any specific occurrence. I will try to contemplate this further.
Oh, huh? It's raining! Oh no, Paimon forgot to bring an umbrella! Come on, let's hurry before it rains harder!
It's raining again? I've had enough of this weather.
There go my travel plans.
Did you read the news this morning? Quick, put away everything on the clothesline.
When is this rain going to stop?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
They're planning to reanimate the monster. We have to report this to the Chief Justice.
The Fortress of Meripede. It's a good place for me.
He owes me so many answers.
Nervillette? You could say he's the real symbol of Fontaine's justice.
Watch him closely. He could be trouble.
How can two completely different species possibly coexist?
Who's been threatening Melusines? Show yourself!
You will see much in the human world, from the delightful to the depressing. And one day, when you have dwelt among humanity long enough, you will be placed to bring judgment over all as a spokesperson for Fontaine's past.
Good morning, Monsieur Neuvillette! The rainy season's almost over! The skies are supposed to clear in a few days!
I hope you find time to enjoy the sunny days ahead.
Is the matter resolved?
Yep, we found the person who sent that threatening letter. Risley said he'd keep a—
Oh, that's wonderful.
Sorry for dragging you all in.
There's no need to apologize.
Yeah, you didn't drag us in. We got involved of our—
by the way—
At the Palais Mermonia, more than 50 people offered to protect her. I was worried that the excess of protection would make her feel
Whatever.
Well, now it looks like the dust to celebrate this joyous occasion.
That's not how you celebrate.
I will Of course. My schedule is full for the following weeks, but I should be available next month. Come up with questions during the intervening days, and I will answer.
Yes!
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must head back to the Palais, and I hope it will assuage the
Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's some.
Just stay put! We're coming up! Watch your balance!
He looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help it.
Time to go.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson.
Yes. As you can see, the water...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to...
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to...
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission.
All right. I'm sorry. Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordials. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water, those who realized what was happening, started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to... The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been... The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower level... No one knows if this could happen again.
How awful. And...
It was quite frightening indeed. I hope...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary... Of course, we should remain ready for anything. And Traveler, Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you. Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation...
Right. That's how things are now. The living...
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What should I do?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still they were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave, and I've known them for so long. And I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that...
I can understand. Besides...
See, it's not just me. I always want...
How could Master ever be up... Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Cal.
Hey, stop.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the...
That makes sense. In that case...
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master.
Personally?
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even... I'd promised to let them rest in peace. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like...
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But Malus and Silver have helped. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. By the way, You can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But
it's okay. I know what you're thinking. And the overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. Malus and Silver were not the price for...
You're right. What you said just now...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your...
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents... As for these supplies, we have everything to...
Thank you.
Wait,
We just met recently.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with my subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose. I've never liked hearing people put it that way.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent...
So, you're one who will try...
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But, traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Merapede's sluice gate, and this time it was the... Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruin. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster.
So that...
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher... Linny told me that outside of the house, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family. But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as... I'm sure you already understand.
Oh!
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag a...
You wish to join, Miss...
But are you sure you're up to explore...
Well, I'm sad, yes. But there's no point in being depressed. Besides, I'm also...
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. ruins the knave was talking.
They seem to be pretty.
Let's go in and have.
Just be
Illusion shattered! The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud!
Let me weave you a verse. Rain out my... Dada Kundala.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be... don't get by my wrong.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things.
In that case,
the water levels here are unstable. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just...
All right. Come with us for now, then. Oh, no. It's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
There's something wrong with this bridge!
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing...
Maybe she just wants some time to herself.
Oh.
Yes, it would...
That's quite possible. However...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I... This is a familiar feeling.
Is something the matter,
Oh, no. I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a...
We were headed to see how things were going with him.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How...
I've been great. Thanks to your help, they were knocking at my door day and night. Even...
Sometimes force is required.
Oh, yes, Miss Navia. These are some flower seeds that I prepared.
Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for...
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If that's right. No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle.
Huh? We do.
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House.
My trial?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about...
Oh?
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her 2 attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry.
All right. But are you sure you can...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet... As all here know, you are Master Callus. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone...
Wait a moment.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricable. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare...
Huh? Everything you...
Ah, well...
How what? I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She...
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but...
She was born a free and independent spirit.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. Please do not mistake her actions.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. Even if Miss Navi, everything is... Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You! Have you forgotten how much you all once loved?
Do you mean to defy?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall... And that is...
My head...
Demoiselle!
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss... No...
Silence!
chance? Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still—
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance.
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you—
Goodbye.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were—
It looks like you're all—
Did all the sad feelings cause you to—
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait! Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the—
I always told them that they didn't have to—
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am—
Why do you look so stiff up? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type—
I merely thought that we should give Navia some—
Huh? Why didn't you just say—
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there.
I see.
Oh, and the Duke—
Thank you.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. So, this isn't going anywhere.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were— Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that—
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you—
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Oh, right! Another one goes to the party! Let's keep doing this! Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step! Watch out! There are rock falls over here!
Inazuma shines eternal! Time to go. Into the wind.
We're almost at the top. Keep it up!
There is no escape! Rain outlines your fate. Teamwork is strength!
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call. Shine down.
we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden...
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates? It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them be-
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this—
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's content...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated.
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image? Did the
And is that a ring of people around?
The 4th image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover...
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ain't—
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just— This says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope it doesn't mean—
Still, Paimon—
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the 3rd image. That means that the person in the 2nd image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies.
Did she herself commit that sin? Also, I'm still wondering why—
But who would have created the—
It seems that any further clues will have to come.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Time to go.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily. Which makes it all—
Alright, we'll leave—
I will be carefully
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. Alright.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu.
Yay! And there's good food too! Ooh, Paimon's already starting to—
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think?
Huh?
It's you two.
Mona?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boat.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a...
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech,
thrice as great?
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually.
Talk about excess.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone...
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less... scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist. And that this I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must...
A visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could... All right.
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do, after all.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people...
Indeed, indeed!
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the spite, but we were able to recruit Mona's help. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of... But it's time to get up.
Tiara? It's quite all right. I'm here to tell you that we have caught
Monsieur Neuvillette? Sorry. And thank you too, Traveler and Big Sis Paimon. Everyone's been so nice to me. So
Do you
thank
remember
Monsieur.
Domenico? He was the sender of that letter.
Let me think. I can't. By the way, I saw Carol in my dreams just now. In my dream, she looked really happy. I can't remember what her dreams were anymore.
I can sense your joy. It is indeed.
Monsieur Neuvillette. Oh, I almost forgot. I promised to model for Ayla.
Of course. Oh,
See you next time, Monsieur Traveler.
see you next time.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know, but you found them.
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something.
I don't. I've never seen.
I'll ask you again. Do you My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. I understand your concerns, but...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet...
Well, since you know about my secret investigation, there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but just trust in me. That's all I have to say. We do not... Oh!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't see...
I assume you've been outside.
Oh! You noticed!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why... Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. We may have to create a situation in which...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's...
We will need to consider this thoroughly. Join forces with... If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but this may be cruel to her. But all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too... But who will...
Well, that's it. Speaking Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently—
And here you are, drinking tea like—
That's what family should do. Sit.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about—
Me?
Then, how about you?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as soft.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize it.
That was a little long-winded.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, as for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together.
Oh?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlor.
Huh?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a—
I see.
He is glad that you consider...
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were—
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society. Taking a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment. So, if we were to build a trap together—
For me, I would prefer our line of work.
You use some of those techniques while moving—
Yes, and
I'm afraid I can't claim that as—
And I can be there
with discretion.
I remember that you—
I did. And
what about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do...
That makes sense. You usually solve but I do have one more question. If we were to create a trap now, how would you—
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no...
Kind, as always. However, if we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also
Wait.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that
So...
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, but we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
Oh, so...
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it. It's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable person. Did you just pour some... Then what? Paimon's never seen that...
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Who's it?
Aw.
Wait. You are...
The voice from the sky. You're feeling lost now. Consider me a passerby. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied.
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the are the things that you shall see different.
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice.
I've walked in on some lively bands.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. Not all Fontaine. Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I'm in full support of her.
That's right! Paimon's glad.
Ah, yes. About what we. Huh? Goodness gracious.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times, but I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be.
Whoa.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know, right? Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often. But even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to. I did originally think of steering.
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I suppose that might be why we always.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by. Huh? Our names are written. Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet? Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us, she hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using. Seriously? Well.
Slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seemed.
Wait, did he really say?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closed?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid my. No, it's the same.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have these 2 slices are for you? Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she said that humans are creatures. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going.
And there she goes! Alright, let's dig in. It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious. for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick Mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. It's alright though, I've said it.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil
Huh?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more...
Yeah, are we even...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're...
Oh, in that case, we'll do...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to... Ooh, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine...
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still... From what I've seen, most people don't know what they do. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully... And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing. I'm not a dreamer. No, but anyway...
That's... so not... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking... If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would... No, Paimon should ask... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we... You mean... still traveling? Huh. Feels like it'll grow mold, but it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede.
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went... Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée...
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about... And before she could respond, others started to joke. The crowd continued to grow and protest against...
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they find...
I agree.
So what happened after...
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina...
So, you mean she's...
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people. That said, I don't think there's much good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to...
Don't worry, this is more than a...
Is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in the... And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't... When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, it would be hard for her to ignore being accused. Paimon thinks Farina's Well, what do you think? In that case, there's no... This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just... Farina, you were...
They even did. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marsh still say Phantom.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are?
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up! This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here! Quick, come to Paimon!
What?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste. I merely gave in to the sheer
Yep, that's a good...
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded...
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy. I once had informants. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back this, but all my efforts proved to be futile. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no hope, but just now, it all became clear to me. As long as the final moment hasn't... Don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. Don't take any of what I...
Come on! Paimon could...
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be... a witness. Yes. And if Tevat is in its...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this. Do not forget, however, that I...
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case,
You will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against...
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on? Did I
Wow.
Lady Farina, what is...
It would seem that there has been a...
Looking for excuses?
I raised my hands just now to... I will admit. I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only... But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world that this time... applaud and mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of
Woohoo! Oh, no. Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic...
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that... Also, please allow, just how much work did you...
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia,
most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes, and the people's moreover, according to our... So, we arranged for a second group.
So, you mean...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may...
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance. Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a
So, in other words, the earthquake that we...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess, Nervila, you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, also that as soon as I appeared...
Yes, that is...
Well, Clorand, As for you, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto... Oh? It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here to... Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the Wait, then that means this document is up... So in other words, we can refer to this... Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the... This is a Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. According to the fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness. I nearly lost. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervila. Just forward to the part where, of course, it is only natural for human.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to you. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though...
Yeah,
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since. See? Even the Aura, if you wish to.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina.
Well, I tried to. And if I.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even...
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave?
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might not, but in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your...
You sensed it too, huh, Nervalet?
Lady Farina... Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if, besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession. For centuries, manifestations of my... One need only to turn their eyes towards the aura...
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time?
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of it. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to...
I never thought.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. You can't argue.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce
my power as an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons, thus did I...
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter...
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone! I'm still the same Farina, you please.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all—
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though...
super sorry, monsieur. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would— But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see— I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of—
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson—
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically—
She's just staring at the water without saying a single—
What's going on? Is she really planning to—
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady
What? Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, will you believe—
Miss Siegewin, if you're—
Siegewin, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of—
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina, she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to—
Thank you, Miss Siegewin.
Oh, wait. What did she just say?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct— However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough. We don't want anyone else to lose their life.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low— It's a great thing that the direct—
Listen to me, everyone! Think about it! Also... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your...
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon does—
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never but now. The Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission fought...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slate.
Huh? So what do you see? What?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be... However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they could...
Okay, let's try to recall the contents. The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago This might be the reason that... prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater. If we hadn't dealt with it in time... It's not as simple as falling into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing? Perhaps what is about to take place has all the true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events.
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
We're...
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are...
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea when, in the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters? And only the Hydro Archon... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall... I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fact about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of... However, I believe that rather than being as for the root cause of the catastrophe, this eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of...
It was both dream and...
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed it has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to... And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood... Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of...
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, from the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for...
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to happen. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of...
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed.
That's not... We've already done everything we can, and we've come so far. You can't just...
Indeed. That's not how a grand...
I'll fight it to the end. No.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied. Just as prophecies ultimately fake.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Marina! No, I still need answers.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face.
You are not Farina.
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive...
Fusalo.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. The heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That she knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to... And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing I had to outwit the heavenly principle. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume, although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid
So you were also once one of the Oceanids?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity, and the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
The wind knows me.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor, The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
There is no escape! Now you shall perish!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards! Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
My night into the wind. Illusion shattered.
Body and mind. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you.
Mirror me.
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be What's going on?
Yes, it will. And that...
But doesn't that...
Oh, don't worry. I will tell you how to save everyone.
But if there were...
I suppose this would also be... Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well.
Play act.
That's right. You must begin. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying...
But how will I...
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself, being a human yourself. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
So, how long...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, but I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent
trial. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most of... Ladies, and I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am, in truth, as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all once again. This I thought I might stammer.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Right. Calm down, Farina. Think assertive, with a strong... Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. Now then, let us...
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best, my dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, the scales of justice should not weigh heavy. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot, so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say.
No need to thank me. All right. All right.
He's...
Oh, good. Very good.
Oh, you're such a gentle and white...
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As you're all manner of... Really?
I'm...
The day is finally over. But it's good to see that everything's getting on. Maybe this is fine. All right.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the...
They'll be...
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me in...
Lady Farina. It's... I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience...
What is...
Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder. No wonder.
So, hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined have I reached my limit. I want to tell someone. Anyone. I've conducted so many investigations. All I can do is keep hard.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden, although I don't know what you...
Share. That's impossible. It was fated,
but even if your bird just share
a witness. And if she's right. I could confirm, but if things don't play out... No, Farina. But what if... Farina, you've worked so hard for so... Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? If you let this opportunity, think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her...
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive... She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries... It seems that trusting human...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is... How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux. I'm sure you've long sensed that the...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human... It now seems that that person was you. Hidden with...
And then I became one with the oratories, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of... In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice. Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the oratories take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used. The vast majority had to be, accumulated.
It was all part of your plan, then?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only... But... only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
No, what? Getting sad. The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice your...
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now... Hydro Dragon... I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And speaking of justice, I have always believed that just so, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontaine, in other words, existence was Egeria's justice, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall, at this point, we, whether Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain...
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, I now understand. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries, you are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and...
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that
Can you say just a moment?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to... We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enact... Come with me, Traveler. Find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
There is no escape!
The wind knows me. Wind strike!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Everybody stand back! Torn to oblivion!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
I'm going in!
Clouds high. The birds come into the wind.
Let me weave you a verse. Inazuma shines eternal!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they...
That power...
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. It's just that he gave us the impression that she was, less...
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the... so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point...
Well, being that this pet almost... So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master...
Oh, right. So you don't know him. His name is Sir Tologi.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous.
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about...
Ooh, that one we've heard! Rhymedotter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to...
Wait! Didn't you also mention a vision?
Actually, never mind that. I believe that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface, in other words, the prophecy that you've been...
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive...
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry! Hey, lend a hand!
Receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
The prophecy was wrong.
attacks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small skyship winglet, boon or bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become... People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier or not?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's the value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable fall. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home.
Paimon's curious too! Wait...
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of...
are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the... Our residents are hard at work as...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that art, but if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not...
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as...
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Huh? You're here?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you've...
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better...
I see you're the same as always.
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
How did it go? Was it
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. And also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good.
Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you.
That's a very...
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillette asked me was... Well, I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with...
Stay safe now. And tell me if...
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom are good.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to—
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to a—
Sir, please don't.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies—
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edward. The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. Why, Still, if I might ask...
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get her—
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well, then in that case...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like—
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do—
Is my hair messed up? Please.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try—
Ah, see—
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been—
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's under—
Other than that flying ship, I got a 10.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through.
You're too kind.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win the—
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually—
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will— As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a—
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory All right. Last stop, the docks. Mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the—
Traveler, Paimon. And Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you
trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you—
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your—
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and—
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very...
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't... After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as... Furthermore, Father did also lend significant...
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking...
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some reason...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Yes, speak...
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis was...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster...
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are.
Are you going to take the gnosis back?
That is our duty as harbingers. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. Switching my masks is something Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken,
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our... The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic. I guess this must be life. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Neville's doing? As long as he's not so busy.
Time to go. Time to go.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met... In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching...
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. All right, let's have it then.
It is strange.
The divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume? I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision! That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic's still... Once child recovers, let's get some more answers.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Fosso...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us? It seems from your expressions that you still have... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to...
training dummies at once. Huh. So that's how to do it.
Taking a stroll in the middle of a downpour certainly rouses the spirit.
Off we go! Teamwork is true!
Into the wind! Fallen leaves, adorn my night! One with nature!
No, my sword! Let's light it up! Adventure time! Off we go! Adventure time!
The wind knows me.
Shine down!
Time to go.
Illusion shatter!
Clouds high. The bird?
Torn to oblivion! Ha!
Ad Astra. Thank you for Ad Astra.
Commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic.
It's always a pleasure to... Actually, we do in fact have a rather urgent commission.
Don't worry
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement, but the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulty.
That does sound like a tricky situation.
That's right. Our adventurers reached out. There are only a few days left until the performance. If they...
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have a...
If you're interested in helping, why not start? Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves.
Oh, it's that guy, huh? Paimon approved. Hello there. Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two. Are you...
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous in Fontaine already. But to answer your question, neither of us have any experience in musicals. But we heard that you're in a bit of a bind, so we figured we could at least try to help you think of a solution.
Ah, I see. It's okay. I knew that asking for a volunteer was a long shot. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to cancel the show. It would be such a shame. That's the thing. All our sets and props are very crude. If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently.
Disband?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventurers Guild didn't tell you. One last show. And after that, we go our separate way. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness. The show just won't be the same without her. But...
Got it. We have a clearer picture. What if we...
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress... We should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! What about... That's how you know we're the best of partners. She's really good at performing, and she was once super...
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're...
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before, but...
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a... But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. I just think Lady Farina might feel a bit out of place. Well, yes. Fair enough. I'm sure everyone in our troupe is... Of course...
No point in stressing. Besides, things are different now.
Thank you for your help.
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in...
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you.
Woo!
I came over when things were starting. It is my duty to support commissioners and...
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, now that we've got the address, welcome! Did Catherine really give us the right address? She lives... Not that there's anything wrong with this place.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't in earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
Ah! Okay, when did Poppy go to thin air?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaronis. I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce when...
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cook. It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like...
Ah, there it is. You don't...
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this...
Sorry! We're sorry! Please don't be mad. Yeah, exactly! With the travelers... Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power...
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then... So tell me... I see. I knew you. After all, I was once the brightest star, but given the...
How come? It sounds like...
True, but I have made... Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too... But at least I can say that I no longer...
Paimon can understand, but... This is just a one-off part to...
Whether it's a one-off or not, if I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving. So I'm not going to perform.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face. True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue.
Well, is there anything else?
Have I not made myself clear? Sorry. I didn't mean for that.
It's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried it. Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now.
Toodaloo to you.
But we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
You didn't need to say it. We've known each other for...
And that gives you the right to make it...
Shortly after you left, the troop's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. Excuse me, but can you both take a moment to discuss...
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with Farina go?
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her.
I see. Well, circumstances have changed a little, so maybe that's not... You see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well...
Oh, right! Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the...
Jeez, is Lady Farina...
Only joking, calm down. So, despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission...
Look, there's no... This is the last chance we have, though. If so, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it? The whole team...
Yes, I'm completely confident. I share everyone's desire to commemorate every one of us.
You're right.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized All right, I'm coming.
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna...
I was... When you came to talk with me and all the... I'm sorry.
Oh, it's totally fine. Paimon didn't...
You really have... I felt very sheepish, having had... But in any case...
Yeah.
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as lady. I was wondering... If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must... Everyone seems so devoted...
We all want to believe that. Everything's been going downhill ever since...
Her name was O'Reilly. And she was the founder, as well as the artistic director of our troupe.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their... But still... No...
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost. People loved our performances back then.
And then disaster.
Yeah. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. It's agonizing. But ultimately...
Oh.
What a terrible... I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show...
Yes, exactly.
Well, good thing I followed the Traveler here. After... I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan... I can, however, provide some art, but only if you feel this...
Oh, most definitely!
We unfortunately don't have any budget for...
I don't need any compensation. Something I've begun. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human. What about all the unresolved emotion? An interesting answer. Take, par exemple...
Still a fan of your... You just want to get back in...
No.
The name's not...
Would you be willing to join me? Come on.
Thank you all so much. Our director was a huge fan of Miss Farina's... All right, follow me.
Lady Farina?
What's Lady Farina doing here?
Hello all. Allow me to explain. As of today, Miss Farina will be supporting our production of The Little Oceanid in the role of artistic consultant. These two over here are the ones that made it possible. They kindly reached out to Miss Farina on our behalf. I'm sure they need no introduction.
You bet! That was the trial of the century!
You helped bring our director's murderer to justice. We can't thank you enough.
Oh, please don't mention it. We're just here to join in on the fun.
So, you were saying The Little Oceanid?
Yeah, that's the name of our final show. It's an unfinished script left behind by our director. One of our greatest regrets is that she never got to complete it. So, if we can bring it to the stage and make it a successful show, we can all take some solace in that.
Wait, but if it's not finished, then...
Yeah, we've been battling issues on every front, trying to realize this dream. The protagonist of the story is a young Oceanid. She longed to live, but one day...
So far, so good.
That's one of the issues we've been trying to deal with. We need a proper end.
We still haven't decided between a...
Yeah, but then the...
Exactly. A lot of the time, people come to watch a show just hoping for some... And one... The first is... The other is... He did, right?
Although, now that we have Miss Farina help...
What opportunity?
Maybe you're unaware.
Our director was constantly singing your praises.
I suspect the reason there, but one by one, all...
Makes sense. Oh, he went back to Poisson.
I thought the last thing his friend would want right now would be to take visitors. Given that...
Yeah, maybe he could use some...
Poisson... Nothing. I suppose my present... So, allons-y.
If I remember correctly, this is where he stayed.
Who is it?
It's me.
You came all the way here for that?
Alright. Forget that for now.
Nice try. Look, just...
Okay then.
So, as expected, he's missed.
The ending is even once he's done, it isn't final.
Someone told me they'd just seen you in Poisson. I assumed it was a case of mistaken identity. So, you're here for Paolo? Looks like he could be a while, so feel free.
Oh, it's okay. We can just wait here.
Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Navia. That sounds wonderful. Get over here, you! How oblivious are you?
How are things in Poisson now?
Things are on the mend, but it's a slow process.
I'm... sorry.
Please, must our conversations take such... We all have painful memories. But we don't have to... And if you're trying to make a new start, perhaps...
Thank you for your words of... But for now, at least.
It's okay. These things take time. Which brings me to why I'm here. I thought you should probably know that not everyone here is ready to forgive and forget. After the Hydra, to avoid upsetting the peace, I told the townspeople that everyone here is a member of the theater troupe. It's not a perfect solution, but hopefully it means...
That's so thoughtful of you now.
Well, what do you expect? I am the correct... Anyway, that was all. Look after her now.
Off we go then. Let's take a look. I don't have any friends that I can be frank and honest with. I'm so grateful that Miss Navia was so understanding. To be perfectly honest, it's always easiest to just run away from your problems. But...
So that's why you were nervous when they brought up...
Yeah. I'd be lying if I... Still, I felt it was something I had to do. I'd be overjoyed if the people here could find it in their hearts to forgive me. But they're more... Yeah, I can tell people are watching me. I'm sure some people here see the idea of someone coming to Poisson dressed as the Hydro Archon as extremely disrespectful. I used to be terrified of the gaze of other people. I guess...
I'm not surprised you're making yourself go through all...
I can't let myself see only the things I...
Look! There seems to be a crowd gathering over there.
Probably time we made a move. How about we check out Spina di Rasula's ship? You probably just wanted a relaxing...
We don't mind.
Great. Well, I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute end all the while. I played my puppet, then the floodwaters finally came.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You were only doing...
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to everyone rose to their responsibilities. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further...
Paimon would have never imagined...
A reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to... I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was. Believe in the Farina you see on stage. She is... I had to keep all my feelings. That's what I really meant when I...
So that's where you were coming from.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I do. I once had nothing but the truth, and now, at least, the choice. All right, it's about time to head back.
Sure. Okay, let's...
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed...
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim.
Are you kidding me right now? I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me.
Oh no. Look. We're back! Could you maybe put your...
You're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula's VIP treatment in your stay. Paulo's nearly done. We shouldn't...
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing...
Me? I'm an Oceanic...
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty... If you become human...
Wait, that sounds kind of
It's the most important line in the whole script. She kept quiet. It was only after...
You mentioned earlier that the troupe was...
Yeah. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find, and it was like that until the director found me. She took me under her wing, taught me to both sing and...
She sounds like a real...
She really was. She gave everything she had. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murder, the other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must..." One day, I got beaten up so bad.
Let me...
Yeah.
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here.
Farina? The Farina?
Please, the honor is all mine.
Same here!
Even so, this is just... Oh, wow. Yes, the script, of course. I'm sure you're already... She finds love and friendship. The people start to know the little Ocean. In the end...
Consciousness?
Water as a conscious entity.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately her lover accepts her for who she... The little Oceanid is accused of being direct...
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to...
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance. If we're serious about dedicating this show... What about if...
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And...
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aurelian. On the day when she went missing, Director Aurelie had instructed. We waited and waited at the rendezvous point. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was...
The director was the kindest soul in the world.
But doesn't the way she suddenly...
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts...
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been over...
Grief? Guilt, more like. Because... Well...
What?
It's time to be upfront with you all. I did tell her how I felt once. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her. Not that it came as a shock or anything. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone... Well, maybe then she could... And now... So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm gonna make sure it does...
In that case, you have to straight... We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending.
Well, if that's where we're at, looks...
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, I'm slightly terrified. Funny you should ask, though.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
This is tough going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question. Try to keep up.
As if this journey...
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. Wait, why?
We're just curious, that's all.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into indemnitium.
Precisely! As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress, more...
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is up...
Hey, lay off, all right? I'm sorry.
Aww, too...
Sorry to leave...
Don't worry, piece of...
Going in! One with nature. Shine down! As one with wind and cloud! Now you shall perish!
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Villemont, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait.
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole...
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance... I care just as much. If I open this can of worms now...
Villemont, unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie...
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Villemont. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame, but now I've made up the little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do...
This is why people think of you as... As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but we took on side jobs when we weren't performing. But even that... So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, it seemed like a win-win, so I said yes to it on the spot without consult. The drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink paddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes, but she didn't reprimand me for making the decision without consulting her. The merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that, but things only got worse from there. the synth merchant. I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then, and after the director disappeared, yeah, I got Aurelie killed.
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew. What do you mean? You were afraid. This was a life and death. How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him.
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? And he has the gall to try and high road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for this.
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me in my life so I can meet the director.
Get out of my sight. Go.
That's enough! You've screamed, and can you stop conflating the show on stage with... You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your...
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. What she wanted was to build a warm home for... I understand why you're trying...
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your difference... But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director Aurelie and the home she built you... What are you laughing at?
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's if she'd seen Paulo and Vilmont at each other's throats like...
Really? But she sounded like such a...
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came...
I'm truly sorry.
It's all right.
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really... The end of the story needs to focus back on Aurelie herself.
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. You once investigated that if you could find anything that Aurelie left behind...
You really think that's...
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of the story.
No.
Well...
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais Mermonia. The rest of you, head back to the rehearsal location for now, and...
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? But, that case has been closed for quite a while now. Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have someone dig them out.
So, this is all Aurelie left behind.
Hey! It's full of script lines!
Let me take a look. Maybe there's... Aha! It looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then...
Lachey took so...
I guess Aurelie must have written all of this down in the... wait! It cuts... Her handwriting here gets patchier. Her final words are... I'll let you read them.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her... I can't bear to think how painful... wait... If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one.
Isn't that the most important line in the little...
Because I am an...
Oh!
So she didn't regret her decision. I'm sure this is what the troupe would have... She had their utmost trust. Let's go.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to
even in the last moments of her life.
She did her best to protect as many people as... We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made. Well, Vilmont?
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance. To make this a show work, I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't...
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus.
Really? How can you be so sure when you...
Don't underestimate my experience. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must and aren't human emotions. I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Then, let's not delay things any longer.
Actually, before that, I'd like to, during the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's...
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally... Besides, a role
Well, if you're sure...
All right, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while...
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay. Are you...
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary...
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to